Hello and welcome to Rayboy Field. The South Dade Buccaneers are taking on the IMatter Charter Knights. South Dade winners of their last 3, IMatter winners of their last 5. A battle of the win streaks going on here. South Dade plays Key West tomorrow night. Let me take you through the starting defense today for the South Dade Buccaneers. In left field, Mason Porvin. In center, John Uveras. In right, Gio Vera. In the infield at third base, Yodi Martinez. At shortstop, Yuxnel Gato. At second base, Alex Reguea. And at first base, Douglas Horta. Behind the plate for the Buccaneers tonight, number 55, Isaac Prevost. And on the mound, number 23, Leo Castellanos, looking for a good day. Last time we had a broadcast on, he was pitching. Tonight, he'll look for a better outing than he did last time. That is always what you want to try to do, is have a better outing. And let's go through the IMatter Charter starting lineup tonight. Batting first for them, their right fielder, Jaden Castillo batting second is their center fielder, Alejandro de la Vega. Batting third is their third baseman, Alexi Fuentes. Batting fourth, their second baseman, Danny Valdez. Batting fifth, their designated hitter, Nuller Lima. Batting sixth, the shortstop, Rogert Jimenez. Batting seventh is the first baseman for them, Jorge Duarte. And batting eighth is their left fielder, Abel Suarez. And batting ninth, their catcher, Kevin Nenane. And on the mound for them is Alex Alvarez. We're in for a good one tonight. We'll be right back with the first pitch. We're ready for the first pitch here at Ray Boyd Field. Leo Castellanos looking for a good game tonight. He'll face the first batter for the IMatter Charter Knights, Jaden Castillo. We're in for a good one tonight. South Dade won their first game earlier this week against Coral Shores, and we're off and running with a high ball by Castillo to start this ball game. He's behind the count early, 0-1 on the leadoff man for the IMatter Charter Knights. Castillo shows bunt, and he'll pull back there as that one was away for ball 2. The count quickly 0-2, fallen far behind already is Castellanos. He'll look to get back in it. Here comes the 2-0 offering. And that one is inside for ball 3 and already in danger of putting a man on base early on in this ball game. (3-0) for the leadoff man for IMatter. Shows bunt again. That one is inside for ball 4 and an early man. The leadoff man on tonight for the IMatter Charter Knights is that'll bring up their second batter, Alejandro de la Vega, for his first plate appearance of the game. De La Vega digs in for his first plate appearance of the year. There's a runner on first base, and Castellanos looks to work here as that one is a called strike. It looked a little low, but nonetheless given to him by the umpire. Early activity in the Buccaneers bullpen, number 11, Gianmarco Valenzuela, already warming up. And Castellanos will look to just work here, get out of this first inning. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Castellanos. Taking off is Castillo, and he'll have that bag stolen. I didn't catch if that was a ball or a strike or not. But a runner in scoring position for IMatter early on in this ball game. One count for De La Vega. He'll look to drive in the first run of this ball game. Here comes the 1-1 pitch by Castellanos. It is a curveball in the dirt there for ball 2. The count is 2-1. And Castellanos will look to throw a strike here as Castillo took off for third base there, but South Dade catches a break by the foul ball by De La Vega. The count now 2-2. IMatter pretty aggressive on the base pass. Count is 2-2. Pickoff attempt the second goes right past the glove of Yuxnell. Castillo didn't see that, so he'll stay put at second base. The count will stay 2-2 with no outs in the top of the first. Here comes a 2-2 offering from Castellanos. It is a ground ball towards Martinez at third base. He'll check the runner at second, throw over to first, and one away for the Buccaneers in the top of the first, as that'll bring up the third batter for IMatter, Alexi Fuentes. One out in the top of the first. Castillo on second base for IMatter. Fuentes up to bat. And that one hits Fuentes, a curveball, got away from Castellanos, and 2 runners on early for IMatter. With their cleanup hitter, Danny Valdez up to hit. Valdez digs in against Castellanos. There's 2 runners on early for the Knights in the top of the first. Southgate looking to work out of this jam. That one is inside for a ball. The count 0-1 quick. It's just the Buccaneers fall behind in counts, and walks in high school kill baseball teams. Here comes the 2-0 pitch, and that one is in the dirt for ball 3. The count quickly 3-0. It's getting away from him a little bit. Gianmarco Valenzuela still up in the bullpen for the Buccaneers. I wouldn't be surprised if a conversation is had if a walk were to happen here. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Up for ball 4, and here comes Baldo to talk to his pitcher. With 1 out on the top of the first, the bases are loaded. And Baldo is going to end the day for Castillo, and here comes Gianmarco Valenzuela to try to work out of this top of the first. We'll be right back. We're back here at Ray Boy Field. The Buccaneers go to their bullpen early on in this game in the top of the first after the bases were loaded by Castellanos. Gianmarco Valenzuela will look to do some damage control here and limit IMatter from scoring anything in this top of the first. There's one out here. South Dade playing corners in, middle back. The corners playing, expecting a double play. And the designated hitter for IMatter, Lima, in the box. Here's the first pitch from Valenzuela. It was in there for a called strike. The count quickly 0-1 for Valenzuela. He'll look to work here. So here comes the 0-1 offering. It is fouled straight back for strike two. The count quickly 0-2. Count 0-2 for Tato on the mound, and he'll look to get his first strike out of the game, or even better, a ground ball towards the second or shortstop here for the Buccaneers. That's what they want. Here comes the 0-2 pitch upstairs for ball one. Tato gets his sign from Prevost behind the plate. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is outside for ball two. The count even at 2-2. The bases are loaded for IMatter, and there's one out here in the top of the first. Not the inning the Buccaneers wanted. Here comes the 2-2 offering. It is fouled straight back. The count will remain 2-2. South Dade won a pitching duel earlier this week against Coral Shores. They won by a score of 2-0. Last week against Sunset, they won 2-0 as well. Buccaneers looking to get some of that good pitching back. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It hits the batter. Not what you want there for the Buccaneers, and a run will score early for IMatter. The game 1-0 already, as that'll bring up their shortstop, Rogert Jimenez. The bases will remain loaded for IMatter, and they're looking to do some more damage in this top of the first with only one out. Cardinal sin when you have someone on two strikes is to hit them with the pitch, and just happened there. It's not what you want. Tato will look to get a ground ball here and get out of this top of the first with only giving up one run. Here comes the first pitch. It is in there for a called strike. Comes the 0-1 pitch by Tato. It is cut on and missed for strike two there. Valenzuela getting his sign from Prevost behind the plate. He'll await. The 0-2 pitch is outside for ball one, and a back pick to third base is not in time. Fuentes gets back in the third safe. Fuentes on third, Valdez on second. Lima at first, as there's a ground ball to Gato at shortstop. He picks it up, gives it to Regueya at second, throws over to first, and only one out there as a run scores for IMatter. Could have been an inning-ending double play there, but Jimenez beat the throw out to first. There's 2 away now, and the tall Duarte up to plate. The first baseman for IMatter. There's runners at the corners for IMatter. Valdez on third. Jimenez at first. 2 runs given up in the top of the first by the Buccaneers. I don't think they want to give up any more here. This would be a great time to get out of this inning with 2 outs. But the big man up to the plate for IMatter. Here comes the 0-0 pitch and a fake steal at first base by Jimenez. And that one was outside for ball 1. So here comes the 0-1 pitch, and there's a steal attempt. Looking to get into the rundown there. Throwing over to third is Gato, and no damage done there. Runners stay put where they are. The count 2-0. A ball was thrown there. A steal attempt by Jimenez at first base. Tried to get in a rundown to try to force Valdez to score there, but Jimenez just retreated the first base there. The count is 0-2 on Duarte, and looking to get a strike here. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. It is cut on and missed, and an off-speed pitch in the dirt there. Good pitch by Valenzuela there. Now Duarte will await his 2-1 offering by Valenzuela here, as that one is cut on and missed for strike 2. The count even up at 2-2, with runners on first and third for IMatter here in the top of the first. 2 runs already scored. Here comes the 2-2 offering and is outside for ball 3. The count is full now. Jimenez on first base will be off on the pitch. Comes the payoff pitch. It is a called strike 3 there, and good work by Valenzuela to get the Buccaneers out of that jam. Uveris We're back here in the bottom of the first. The Buccaneers. Let's go through their starting lineup. Batting first for them, John Oliveros. Batting second, Yodi Martinez. Batting third, Alex Regea. Batting fourth, Adniel Diaz. Batting fifth, Yuxnel Gato. Batting sixth, Mason Porvin. Is the first pitch there by Alvarez is in there for a called strike on Oliveros. Batting seventh for the Buccaneers is the first baseman, Douglas Horta. Batting eighth is the right fielder, Gio Vera. And batting ninth, the catcher, Isaac Prevost. The count quickly 0-1 on Uveris as that one is in the dirt for ball 2 there. Uveris now going to await his 1-1 pitch by Alvarez on the mound as that one is smacked towards center field and dropped by De La Vega. Uveris stops at second. And a leadoff double for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the first. Martinez now coming up to the plate for the Buccaneers after the leadoff double by Uveris. The Buccaneers looking to get an early run here as well, get back in this baseball game. Down 2-0 already. The Buccaneers got great hitting. The pitching has been their worst enemy this year, but trying to clean a couple things up. Next week, the Buccaneers will play in the GMAC tournament. On Monday, they will play against Braddock. But that is Monday. Tonight is tonight as Martinez lays a bunt down towards Fuentes. The throw over to first is in time as that acts as a sacrifice bunt to get Uveris to third. And now Alex Regea will dig into the box with a runner on third base and 1 out here in the top of the first. A sacrifice bunt by Yodi Martinez to move the runner over to third base, and the Buccaneers now will try to score their first run of this ball game. Here comes the pitch by Alvarez. That one in the dirt and gets away from the catcher. And Uveris will score, and the Buccaneers put a run up early. A double, a sacrifice bunt, and a wild pitch will score the first run of this ball game for the Buccaneers, and the count is 1-0 on Regea. The score 2-1 now. Nobody on the bases for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Alvarez. It is a base hit there by Regea. Hit into the 5-6 hole, fielded by Suarez in left field, and first hit of this ball game for the Buccaneers. Second, excuse me. Adniel Diaz now digs into the box with the runner on first base. And 1 out in this bottom of the first. The Buccaneers down by a run, and the tying run is on first base. And the big freshman digs in now, the cleanup hitter for the Buccaneers. We'll look to do some damage against Alvarez there, and there's another wild pitch in the dirt, and Regea will take second easy there. And an early mound visit by the IMatter head coach. Same deal as the Buccaneers in the top of the first. And we'll be right back after the mound visit. 1-0 count on Diaz in the box, a runner on second base, and 1 out in the bottom of the first for the Buccaneers as they'll look to tie this game up. Alvarez deals his 1-0 pitch. That one is in the dirt. Regueya takes off for third, and he is in there safe. The Buccaneers have a runner on third easy. A wild pitch and a stolen base for Regueya to get the third base, and the count is 2-0. The runner on third base, the count is 2-0. A favorable count here for Adniel. Fly ball to the outfield should do the job to tie this game up. Here comes the 2-0 pitch by Alvarez. Adniel swings through that one for strike one. Count 2-1 now on Diaz. Regueya at third base. Shows bunt here. Pulls back as that one was in the dirt. The count, a hitter's count now, 3-1. Adniel might see the best pitch he's going to get tonight against Alvarez on this 3-1 pitch here. Comes the 3-1 pitch by Alvarez to Diaz. It is up for ball four, and the Buccaneers will have runners on the corners with Yuxnel Gato coming up to hit. Runners at the corners for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the first. Only 1 out. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Alvarez. That's a bunt attempt by Gato, hit towards the IMatter dugout for strike one. The Buccaneers, no stranger to putting down bunts. They did it earlier in this inning with Martinez to move Uveris over to third base. And I wouldn't be surprised if they try to lay a bunt down to tie this game up in the bottom of the first. 2-1. 2-1 is the score with runners on second and third, first and third for the Buccaneers as there is a bunt attempt and thrown over the head by the catcher. Diaz will head towards third base, and he will be there safe as that one gets away from the third baseman Fuentes, and Diaz will score here, and the Buccaneers will have the lead. The Buccaneers quickly take the lead in the bottom of the first. The score now 3-2 with Mason Porvin coming up and Gato at second base. The score 3-2 with the runner on second base and Mason Porvin digging into the box looking to do some more damage for the Buccaneers. There's only 1 out in this bottom of the first. Buccaneers scored 2 runs on that bunt and then the throwing error by the catcher. Gato at second base. Here comes the first pitch. As that one is a fly ball towards El Duarte in right, and he tracks that one down for out number 2, and here comes a throw towards second, and Gato gets back in there safe. And here comes Douglas Horta. And now Douglas Horta digs in, back in the lineup tonight after missing a couple games as he'll try to score the run that'll be on second base. That'll be Yuxnel Gato that is at second base. Here comes the first pitch by Alvarez. There's a ground ball towards Duarte at first. He steps on the bag, and that'll end the inning. A 3 spot for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the first, and they'll look to respond with a 0 when we come back. We're back here in the top of the second, back at Rayboy Field. 8-9-1 due up for the IMatter Charter Knights. Score is 3-2, and Valenzuela on for his second inning of work. So that one will be up for ball 1. So here comes the 0-1 pitch by Valenzuela. It is in there for a called strike. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. That one is slapped towards Porvin in left field. That one will get down for a base hit, and that'll be a leadoff double for Abel Suarez in the bottom of the top of the second for IMatter. Now the 9-hole due up for IMatter. That'll be the catcher, Kevin Inane. Made a throwing error in the bottom of the first that scored 2 runs for the Buccaneers. A leadoff double for IMatter as the Buccaneers now will have to work around that. This game's starting off hot so far as here comes the 0-0 pitch to the 9-hole for IMatter. It is in there for a called strike. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Valenzuela. It is in there for another called strike. The count quickly 0-2 with the leadoff man for IMatter, Jaden Castillo, on deck. Trying to work around that leadoff double. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Valenzuela. It is outside for ball 1. The count is 1-2 with the runner on second base. That'll be Abel Suarez at second base as here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is fouled straight back. The count will remain 1-2. So now here comes the 1-2 pitch by Valenzuela. It is a ground ball towards Gato at shortstop. He picks it up, throws it over to first, and the Buccaneers have one out in this top of the second, and now the top of the order due up for IMatter. Jaden Castillo now digging into the box with the runner on second base and one out. That'll be the tying run on second base. So here comes the 0-0 pitch. The Castillo is in the dirt for ball one. Good work by Privas behind the plate to keep that in front of him and not let Suarez get to third base there. Comes the 0-1 pitch. It is in there for strike. Oh, excuse me. The 1-0 pitch is in there for strike one. The count even at 1-1 now with the runner on second base as here comes the 1-1 offering by Valenzuela. It is away for ball two. Comes the 2-1 pitch by Valenzuela in the dirt there. Good work by Privas. Had to block that one. That was a great block by Isaac behind the plate to keep the runner on second base. It's the second time that he's done it in this at bat. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. It is in there for a called strike two, and now the count runs full on the leadoff man for IMatter. 3-2 count with the runner on second base and one out in the top of the second. The score is 3-2. South Dade took a 3-2 lead in the bottom of the first. And will look to get out of this top of the second with no damage done. Here comes the payoff pitch. It is a ground ball, and that'll get through for a base hit. Suarez rounds third, and he'll stay put where he is. Privas bodies it up, and now IMatter has runners on the corners with only one out. Now the center fielder, Alejandro de la Vega, up for IMatter. The catcher, Isaac Privas, tying his shoe. That's what the holdup is right now. First and third situation for the Buccaneers here with only one out, looking for a ground ball towards any of the two middle infielders here. So here comes the first pitch to De La Vega. It is fouled straight back there for strike one. Suarez at third, Castillo at first, De La Vega at the plate, and there's a ground ball towards Regueya at second, flips to Gato at short and throws it over to Horter, and there's a double play there to get out of the inning. Great work by Valenzuela there to toss up a zero for the Buccaneers, and we'll be right back. We're back here in the bottom of the second. Gio Vera leading off for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the second. Prevost coming up after him, and then top of the lineup, Uveris is in the hole. And that one was in there for a called strike by Alvarez. Back on for a second inning of work here. So the Buccaneers got a double play to end that top half of the inning. And they'll look to do some more damage here, already leading 3-2 as Alvarez slips throwing that pitch, and that one was in the dirt for ball 2. Blame the grounds crew for that. The count 2-0 to a great hitter. Doesn't strike out very often, very disciplined at the plate as he'll watch that 2-0 pitch in there for a called strike, an off-speed pitch. Excuse me, the count is 1-2, I'm pretty sure. So here comes the 1-2 offering as there's a ground ball towards Jimenez at short. He picks it up, throws it over to Duarte at first. It gets by him, and Vera will be on second base after the throwing error by Jimenez, and the Buccaneers have a early man in scoring position on. Prevost now digs in with the runner on second base, the leadoff man at second base. We're sorry about the camera issues right now. We're fixing the camera out in center field, as that one was away for ball 1. As we are back in center field with the camera, we got it back up and working now. The count is 1-0 on Prevost as he showed bunt there, and that one is in there for a called strike. Alvarez looking to work out of the throwing error by his shortstop. Here comes the pitch. Showing bunt again and bunting towards the pitcher there. He bobbles it up, slips on the ground, and throws over to first, and Prevost is out, but he does a good job moving over Vera to third base, and he'll turn the lineup over to John L. Uveris. As now Uveris digs in with one out in the bottom of the second and a runner on third base. Buccaneers looking to put up another run and grow their lead. Already a 1-run lead. Score is 3-2, and they'll look to score again as showing bunt there is Uveris, and he bunts it foul for strike 1. And here comes the coach of the IMatter. So he wants to have a conversation with this pitcher, and we'll be right back after that. We're back at Rayboy Field after the mound visit by the IMatter head coach. And there's a runner on third base for the Buccaneers and one out. Top of the lineup up. Jono Uveris led off the bottom of the first with a leadoff double, and will look to get himself an RBI here. 1 for 1 today so far. His second at bat in as many innings as has been played tonight. Alvarez with one out looked to continue to work as that one a high fastball cut on and missed, and the count 0-2 to the failed bunt attempt. The junior looking to do some damage. An 0-2 count. The runner on third base and a 3-2 ball game. Here comes the pitch by Alvarez. It is outside for ball one. A great take by Uveris there. Comes the 1-2 pitch by Alvarez. A high fastball outside there for ball two, and the count even at 2-2 with one out and a runner on third base. Time is called in the box by Uveris. Has to fix his accessories. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Alvarez. In the dirt, and a good block by the catcher there to keep a run from scoring. The count now full as Uveris has came all the way back from an 0-2 count to make it a 3-2 count. Here comes the payoff pitch by Alvarez. In the dirt for ball four there. 0-2 count turned into a walk. Good work by Uveris there. That'll bring up the captain, Martinez, with runners at the corners. Now digging into the box, the captain, Yodi Martinez, with runners at the corners, looking to do a job here against Alvarez in a 3-2 ball game. Comes the 0-0 pitch by Alvarez. Martinez watches that one. And a back pick to third base, and they have Gio caught up. And a run down here. Uveris gets all the way to third base here. Now there's 2 outs with only 1 runner on as a steal. Jono Uveris goes to second base on that pitch, and Vera gets held up, not getting back to the bag in time as Fuentes and the catcher for IMatter puts another one away, and there are 2 outs in the bottom of the second with Yodi Martinez up to hit. Now we'll have to get a 2-out RBI here for the Buccaneers. Buccaneers are in a good spot there, but bad base running cost them potentially a run here. Here comes the pitch by Alvarez, is in there for a called strike. Count 0-2 on Martinez here. So look to do a job with 2 strikes. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, is a called strike 3. And Alvarez works out of a first and third with 1 out. Jam. Both teams trading, getting out of a jam there in the second inning, as we'll be right back with Gianmarco Valenzuela coming on for his third inning of work. Fuentes, Valdez, Lima due up in this top of the third for the IMatter Charter Knights. Valenzuela back on for his third inning of work. So here comes the first pitch of the inning, is an off-speed pitch that hits Fuentes, and a leadoff man on. One pitch, one base runner for IMatter in the top of the third as the tying run on first base, with the second baseman Danny Valdez up to hit. Just an unfortunate situation there for Valenzuela, as now he'll have to work out of a no out hit by pitch on the first pitch of the inning too at that. So here comes the 0-0 pitch, as that one is in there for a called strike. IMatter looking to tie this game up at 3-3. They got the tying run on first base. Cleanup hitter up for them. Here comes the pitch. It is outside for ball one there. Looks like a pitch that the umpire has called, but doesn't call that one there. The count even at 1-1. There's a runner on first base in a 3-2 ball game. We're in the top of the third at Rayboy Field. A great night for baseball tonight, because there's a pickoff attempt by Valenzuela. First game at Rayboy Field after the daylight savings. 6:30, the sun's usually out, but by 7:30, about right now, the sun usually sets, and a beautiful night it turns into at Rayboy Field. The count even at 1-1, and here comes the 1-1 pitch by Valenzuela. It is fouled straight back. The count 1-2 now. Valenzuela looking to get his first out of the inning here. So off the pitch well to get out of this runner on first base. Here comes the pitch. It is not there. The umpire earlier on in this game has been calling those low strikes, but just doesn't give the Buccaneers that one. This time is called in the box by Valdez. Comes the pitch by Tato. It is an off-speed pitch that'll go straight back into the stands. The count will remain as is. Comes a pitch by Valenzuela. It is a low called strike 3 there. Kind of like the pitch earlier in the at-bat, but this time the Buccaneers get the call there and a strikeout, a good pitching for Valenzuela after the hit by pitch there. It'll bring up Lima for IMatter, the designated hitter, with the runner on first base. The runner on first base is the tying run. The runner at the plate is the go-ahead run. 3-2 ball game here. Both teams scored in the first inning, and both teams did not score in the second inning, as that one, the first pitch there, is fouled back for a strike. The count 0-1 already. Then what this kid is super good at, Valenzuela, he's really good at throwing those first pitch strikes. Something in high school that a lot of batters love to take those pitches. Proving to be effective tonight on the first pitch. The count 0-1. As here comes the pitch to Lima. It is cut on and missed for strike 2. The count quickly 0-2 now. Looking to work out of the no out hit by pitch. Had a strikeout on the last hitter. Valdez struck out. 0-2 count on Lima. Here comes the pitch by Valenzuela in the dirt there for ball 1. Fuentes at first base. Got hit by the first pitch in the inning. An 0-2 count on Lima. Here comes the pitch. That one is slapped towards Vera in right field, and it'll go foul. The count will remain as is at 1-2. The count is 1-2 on Lima in the box. The designated hitter for IMatter. A runner on first base. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is outside for ball 2. The count is even at 2-2. The runner on first base for IMatter. Valenzuela steps off there and do it again. He'll get his sign from Prevost. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. A pickoff attempt to first base, and Fuentes gets back there safe. Just trying to keep him honest over there at first base. Make sure they're not trying to do anything over there. Time was called on the box by Lima there. The count even at 2-2 with 1 out and a runner on first base in the top of the third. Here comes the 2-2 offering by Valenzuela. It is outside for ball 3. And quickly from an 0-2 count, it turns into a 3-2 count with the runner on first base. Could be seeing a little bit of action on the base paths. We will find out on this pitch here. 3-2 with 1 out. Here comes the payoff pitch by Valenzuela. Fuentes moving towards second base, and that is a base hit by Lima. Porvin fields it cleanly and throws it back to Gato, but nonetheless, there are 2 runners on and 1 out, with Rogert Jimenez up to hit for IMatter now. Two runners on and one out in the top of the third. Brings up the shortstop, Robert Jimenez. A pickoff attempt to second base there and was really close, but Gato couldn't get him. Fuentes got back there safe. Gato did not like that call by the second base umpire there. Tying run at second base. The go-ahead run at first base with one out. Buccaneers looking to work out of another jam. Comes the pitch in the dirt and gets past Prevost there. A wild pitch, and it'll move both base runners up 90 feet, as now there's two runners in scoring position and only one out. And not the situation you want to be in if you're the Buccaneers, up 3-2 right now. With only one out and 1-0 count. Infield comes in for the Buccaneers. Or at least comes halfway in. Infield playing halfway. Horta playing in, actually. Horta playing inside the infield grass. Everyone else playing on the edge, as that one is away for ball one. Ball two, excuse me. Two balls, no strikes. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. It is popped up and will go in towards the greenhouses. Comes the pitch by Valenzuela. It is downing, a called strike there. Even at 2-2 now. Robert Jimenez with two runners on, and the infield is in for the Buccaneers. The go-ahead run at second base. The tying run at third base. Here comes the pitch, and a swung on and missed for strike three there. Good work by Valenzuela to put another one down. Two outs in the top of the third. But the big man, the first baseman, Jorge Duarte, up to hit. Two outs here in the top of the third. Valenzuela looking to get out of this inning with no damage done, as that one is in there for a called strike. Good start to this hitter here, to the first baseman, Duarte, for IMatter. This would be a very big out if Tato can get it to hold IMatter to another 0. Comes the 0-1 pitch. It is away for ball one. Looked like it could have gotten there, but did not get inside the zone. The umpire not budging. Call that one a strike, and the count even at 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Outside for ball two. Here comes the 2-1 pitch by Tato. It is cut on and missed for strike two. The count even at 2-2 with two runners on in the top of the third and two outs. Looking to get out of this inning unscathed. Led off this inning with a first pitch hit by pitch. Looking to get out of it, no damage done. Here comes the pitch, and it is fouled off. The count will remain as is at 2-2. Tato gets a sign from Prevost. Two outs, 2-2 count, two runners on. Here comes the pitch. It is away for ball three. Good work by Prevost behind the plate to save a run from scoring there. A tying run at that. The count is full with an open base for the Buccaneers. Abel Suarez on deck, the left fielder for IMatter. And a full count here. Valenzuela steps off. As the Buccaneers would really love to get out of this inning right now. 3-2 count, 2 runners on, top of the third, and a 3-2 ball game. Here comes the pitch. It is cut on and fouled straight back, and the count will remain 3-2, and we'll do it again. The count 3-2, 2 runners on in the top of the third. Here comes the pitch. It is cut on and missed. And good work by Gianmarco Valenzuela to get out of the inning after leading off the inning with a hit by pitch. We'll be right back in a minute with the Buccaneers coming up to hit. Back here in the bottom of the third, Alvarez back on for his third inning of work, and Regueya leading off first pitch hit here in the bottom of the third. And he'll take on for second after the fielding error by the left fielder. Suarez couldn't field it, and Regueya gets the second after the fielding error there. Good job by the Buccaneers. Heads up base running. Now the designated hitter up to hit. First pitch swinging for Regueya there as he gets a single turned into a double after the fielding error by Suarez and left. And the Buccaneers have an early man on in scoring position, one pitch to get a man on second base for the Buccaneers, and the freshman, Adniel Diaz, looks to give the Buccaneers their fourth run of this ball game. Comes the 0-0 pitch from Alvarez. In the dirt there for ball one. Regea stays put at second base. Yuxnel Gato on deck for the Buccaneers after the designated hitter, Aniel Diaz, gets done with this at bat. He has a 1-0 count with the runner on second base. No outs in the bottom of the third. Here comes the pitch. That one is fouled off towards the greenhouses, and the count evens itself up at 1-1. The count even at 1-1 with the runner on second base. Nobody out in the bottom of the third. Alvarez looking to work through a jam like he did in the last inning. Here comes the pitch to Diaz, as that one is a low called strike there. The count now 1-2 on Diaz, and he'll have to get into his 2-strike adjust and do a job here. Time is called in the box by Diaz. So he'll give himself another second or two to think about this 1-2 pitch that he is going to see. No outs in the bottom of the third. The Buccaneers got out of a 2 base runners on and 1 out jam earlier in this top half of the inning, and they'll look to do some damage of their own in the bottom half. That one is up for ball 2. The count now 2-2. As Adniel only just wants to do a job here, move the runner over to third base. That is what he is tasked to do with no outs. If they can get Regea to third base here, there's a solid chance they can get that run to score. Alvarez gets his sign from the catcher, and time is called again by Diaz in the box, as he'll give himself another second to think about the 2-2 pitch that he is going to see. Alvarez now re-gets his sign from the catcher. Regea stands at second base. Diaz in the box. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Alvarez in the dirt, and Regea takes off for third. Here comes a throw to third, and he is out at third. Good throw by the catcher, Kevin Inane, as he gets Regea out at third. Caught stealing as that one was in the dirt. An unfortunate event there for the Buccaneers, but nonetheless, the count is full at 3-2 for Diaz, as that's just not what you wanted to happen in this bottom half of the inning. You start off the inning with a single and then get the second base on an error, and you get caught stealing there. Here comes the 3-2 pitch by Alvarez. Struck him out. Good work by IMatter here in this bottom of the third inning. Quickly get 2 outs after the caught stealing and the strikeout there. That'll bring up Yuxnel Gato for the Buccaneers. Gato now with 2 outs and nobody on after the caught stealing and the strikeout will swing at that first pitch and foul it straight back for strike 1. The Buccaneers look like they're in prime position to score a run or two that inning, but good work by IMatter defensively to force South Dade into 2 quick outs. The count 0-1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Alvarez. In the dirt. He doesn't throw that off-speed pitch correct. That one hits the grass before it gets to the catcher there, and the count even at 1-1. Has now Gato will await the 1-1 offering by Alvarez. Comes the 1-1 pitch by Alvarez to Gato. It is up for a called strike. Looks like a pitch that Valenzuela threw maybe last inning or a couple innings ago that wasn't granted to him, but given to Alvarez there. The count 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Alvarez. Swung on and missed. A caught stealing and 2 strikeouts for Alvarez this inning, and it makes quick work of the Buccaneers. Valenzuela coming back on for his 4th inning of work when we come back. We're back here in the top of the 4th at Rayboy Field. Jamarco Valenzuela back on for his 4th inning of work against the 8-9-1 due up for IMatter, as the first pitch is a called strike. There he starts the inning off well with strike 1 there. As that one is fouled off for strike 2. So we kind of have a pitching duel here after that top of the first. After the first inning where the Buccaneers scored 3 and IMatter scored 2 in their top half of that inning, the score is 3-2. An 0-2 count on Suarez. Here comes the pitch by Valenzuela in the dirt there for ball 1. And when you get to those 0-2 scenarios, it's likely a waste pitch there. And I like to think that's what Bato just did right there. As here comes the 1-2 offering, and it is cut on and hit towards Porvin and left. He camps under it, and he puts it away for the first out of the top of the 4th. It's now the catcher, Kevin Nenane, up for IMatter. He'll look to get on base and provide a spark for IMatter here. Valenzuela looking to shut them down, as that one was a little too low for ball 1 there. Comes the 1-0 pitch by Valenzuela. It is low there for ball 2. Both pitches about the same spot there, just misses the zone. So here comes the 2-0 pitch, as that is in there for a called strike. The count 2-1 now. Stato will look to work back into this count as here comes the 2-1 pitch. An off-speed pitch takes the glove off of Prevost and now ran inside for ball 3 and a hitter's count for the catcher for IMatter. And he'll look to be the first base runner of this inning with the top of the lineup on deck. Comes the 3-1 pitch by Valenzuela. It is a ground ball that'll be fielded foul by Martinez. The count now full. As that pitch hit off the foot of the catcher, Kevin Inane, for IMatter. Full count here for Tato. He'll look to get his second out of the inning. Here comes the pitch. It is fouled off, and the count will remain 3-2. We'll do it one more time. Here comes the payoff pitch by Valenzuela. It is inside for ball 4, and that'll turn the lineup over to IMatter. Jaden Castillo, up with the man on first base. Southdale Buccaneers tomorrow travel to Key West. They play at 7 o'clock at night on Friday night in Key West. Tickets are on GoFan if you are interested in going to that baseball game. But we got this baseball game to wrap up here first. We're in the top of the first. There's 1 out and a runner on base. Jaden Castillo, the top of the lineup for IMatter, up now. Has a single and a walk today. And a look to extend a good day so far. Here comes the first pitch. He shows bunt, and that one is in there for a called strike. A good off-speed pitch by Valenzuela there. Castillo all day today has been showing bunt on the first pitch of his at-bats. With an 0-1 count here, I don't know if things are going to change or not. So here comes the 0-1 pitch by Valenzuela. It is upstairs for ball 1. The count even at 1-1. Castillo not breaking his eye contact with Valenzuela. Trying to strike some fear. I don't know if that's going to work there, but here comes the pitch. It is a low strike, and the count even 2-2 now. With 1 out, Kevin Inane on first base for IMatter. Valenzuela looking to get his second out of the inning. Here comes the pitch. Taking off is Inane. Throw down the second by Prevost is well in time, and they got him. Not even close by Inane at second base. I think missed the sign there, but the ball beat him to the bag by about 3 steps. The count now even at 2-2. Excuse me, it wasn't even at 2-2. It was 1-2 on the last pitch, but now it is 2-2 with 2 outs after the great throw down the second base by Prevost there. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Valenzuela. It is fouled off towards the Southdale dugout, and the count will remain as is. The count is 2-2, and Tato steps off as I'll have to re-give the sign by Prevost here. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Valenzuela. It is low, and the umpire not budging on that one. Has been calling low strikes today, but he just does not want to give that one to the Buccaneers here. The count now full. And I bet IMatter would love if they can get Castillo on base. Here comes a 3-2 pitch. It is fouled off, and that'll be out of play. And we will do the 3-2 count again. Here comes the 3-2. It is in the dirt for ball 4, and Castillo gets on base. Has stolen a couple bases today, and Omar Baldo will go have a chat with his pitcher, and we'll be right back. Buccaneers making a pitching change, going to Jason Blanco. We'll be right back with his first pitches of this ball game. A good day by Valenzuela. His day is over. Through 3 good innings, and Valenzuela will look up to clean up the rest of this ball game when we come back. We're back at Rayboy Field. Alejandro De La Vega up to hit against Jason Blanco. As he'll be on for his first inning of work here, as he'll like to clean up the last out of this top of the 4th. 2 outs. Castillo on first base. De La Vega up to bat. Blanco looking to get out. He'll step off. Call time here. Wants the sign again from his catcher. Short lead at first base is Castillo. Has stolen a base today. He'll let that one float in there for a strike as De La Vega. A good off-speed pitch by Blanco to start his first batter off on an 0-1 count, and he'll look to keep working. Comes the 0-1 pitch, and that one is not a strike there. It looked like he might have went around there. Checks with the umpire. No call. The umpire behind the pitcher over there, I doubt he can see if De La Vega went around, but can't argue balls and strikes with them, I guess. So here comes a 1-1 pitch by Blanco. That one is now called a strike. The count 1-2, and Blanco looks to get out of this inning. The count is 1-2. Blanco looking to get out of this inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is cut on and missed for a strikeout there. Blanco makes quick work of De La Vega, and the Buccaneers will now come up to hit. Try to put some insurance runs up when we come back. We're back here at Rayboy Field. Alvarez back on for his fourth inning of work. He'll work against Porvin, Horta, and Vera in this bottom of the fourth, and he'll look to toss up another zero like he has been doing most of this game, except for that first inning. The first inning proving to be the deciding factor of this game so far. The Buccaneers lead 3-2, and we'll look to put some more insurance runs on the board as Porvin will await the pitch by Alvarez, and that one is inside for ball one. So here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one is in there now for a called strike. As now Porvin with the 1-1 count will await the 1-1 pitch. That one by his head there. It's 2-1 now. Had the duck out of the way of that one. Two-one count here for Porvin. He'll look to get on base, be the leadoff man, and get on base here. Provide a little spark for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 2-1 pitch by Alvarez. That one is cut on and fouled off towards the trash bins that South did, and actually will land inside the trash cans. The count even at 2-2 for number 22, Mason Porvin. He'll look to fight off anything near here and try to get on base. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Alvarez. Off-speed pitch in there for called strike 3. Got Mason looking there, and Alvarez retires the first hitter with Douglas Horta now coming up to hit. Big number 44, Douglas Horta digs in with one out in the bottom of the fourth as he'll watch that curveball in the dirt there for ball one. Good pitching by Alvarez so far. After that first inning, giving up those 3 runs, has tossed 2 zeros out and will look for his third. He has a strikeout this inning already on Porvin and a 1-0 count here, and Douglas Horta gets under that one, hits it towards Castillo and right. Castillo under it, and will put it away for out number 2. Two quick outs here. Jesus, can't really say that. 2 quick outs in the bottom of the fourth with Gio Vera now coming up to hit. And now Vera now digs in with 2 outs in the bottom of the fourth and will look to extend the inning and bring up Isaac Prevost. Alvarez, 2 quick outs in the bottom of the fourth and will look to get that third out. That one is in the dirt, gets by the catcher for ball one. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and that one is cut on and missed there. Excuse me, that was the 1-0 pitch, and now the count goes to 1-1. And Gio will look to extend this inning with a good piece of hitting here, try to get on base. As he will await the 1-1 pitch by Alvarez. Here it comes. It is in the dirt there for ball 2. A 2-1 count here, and now Vera really wants to extend this inning to bring up Prevost. Gio Vera very aggressive on the base paths. If he can get on, I would no doubt expect him to try to be stealing second base. But he has to get there first. Here comes the 2-1 pitch by Alvarez to Vera, and Vera sends a charge into that one to center field. De La Vega camps under that one, and 3 quick outs for Alvarez in the bottom of the 4th, and Blanco will come back out for his second inning of work when we come back. We're back at Rayboy Field for the top of the 5th. Jason Blanco on for his second inning of work. He got the last out of the last inning and will look to extend his performance into this inning. Good pitching so far for the freshman this year, and he'll look to continue his hot streak. He has been very effective for the Buccaneers, and he's in a tight ball game, a 3-2 ball game in the top of the 5th. This game has turned into a pitching duel after that chaotic first inning. Here comes the first pitch. That one inside to Fuentes. Fuentes has been hit twice today, I'm pretty sure. And he is not looking to get hit again as he shuffles towards Blanco after that one was inside there. And Blanco doesn't look nervous at all as he throws inside there to Fuentes again. And Fuentes had to jump out of the way, staring down Blanco here. The count quickly 2-0 to Fuentes. Comes the 2-0 offering by Blanco, an off-speed pitch in the dirt there, and the count 3-0. Quickly 3-0, and in danger of putting the leadoff man on is Blanco here. You do not want to do that in a one-run ball game. Here comes the 3-0 offering, and that one is swinging a drive deep and gone, and we are tied at Rayboy Field. A bomb by Alexi Fuentes ties up this ball game with one swing of the bat, a 3-0 swing, and we are tied 3-3. Chaotic bat flip there by Fuentes as he sent a drive into that one. And we are tied 3 apiece at Rayboy Field. And this game just got interesting. Fuentes tied this game up with one swing of the bat. Took a 3-0 fastball down the middle to left center over the 370 sign and tied this game up. He knew it as soon as he hit it. He bat flipped it. And now Danny Valdez up to hit after the home run by Fuentes. Here comes the 0-0 pitch by Blanco, and there is a line drive foul. And the count quickly 0-1 here is energy running high at Rayboy Field. The Knights have just brought themselves back into this game. All tied up at 3. 0-1 count here on Valdez. As here comes the 0-1 pitch by Blanco in the dirt there for ball 1. Time is called on the box by Valdez. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, and that one is in the dirt there for ball 2. No one up in the bullpen for the Buccaneers. This is Blanco's game to pitch. 2-1 count. Here comes the pitch. There's a ground ball towards Horta at first base, and it gets by him. Took a bad hop there, and a base hit by Valdez there. Will bring up the designated hitter Lima with no outs here and a runner on first base. Tied up at 3-3. After the base hit there by Valdez, Lima now digs into the box. A home run and a single here in the top of the 5th. IMatter brings themselves back into the game with one swing of the bat by Fuentes. That is the story of this inning so far. How can Blanco respond after the base hit by Lima? Here comes the pitch in the dirt there for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. That one is in there for a called strike. Good pitch by Blanco there. Buccaneers really need an out here. Cannot afford to let Lima get on base. Small lead at first base by Valdez. Here comes the pitch, and there is a fair ball hit down the line by Lima. Rounding second is Valdez. He will hold up at third, and Lima hits a no-out double and runners on second and third for IMatter. And here comes Omar Baldo to have a conversation with this pitcher. This inning could get very wacky if not controlled by the Buccaneers. We're tied up at 3-3 when we come back. We're back at Rayboy Field after the mound visit by Omar Baldo. There is no outs in the top of the 5th. In a 3-3 ball game. 2 runners in scoring positions for IMatter. And their shortstop, Robert Jimenez, up to hit. Blanco looks to work here as he throws a strike there. Cut on and miss by Jimenez. And Jimenez is looking to break this game open for IMatter. Give them the lead. They haven't held the lead since the first inning where they scored 2 runs in the top of the 1st. Buccaneers responded with 3 runs in that bottom of the 1st. Here comes the pitch by Blanco. That one's away for ball 1. The Buccaneers responded with 3 runs in the bottom of the 1st, and it has been nothing since then. To lead off this inning, Alexi Fuentes hit a home run. And a single and a double by IMatter gets us to where we're at right now. Here comes the pitch by Blanco outside for ball 2, the count 2-1. Time is called as the umpire calls the first base coach over to talk to him about probably IMatter banging on their bench. Coach Baldo, I don't think really cares about that. I can hear him downstairs saying it's fine. So just a friendly telling the other team not to bang on stuff, I guess, by the umpire. It's never really seen that before here, but nonetheless, we are back to the game as Blanco now deals his pitch, and it is cut on and missed there for strike 2. The count even at 2-2 with nobody out. This would be a favorable out for the Buccaneers if it can be got by Blanco here. 2-2 count to Jimenez. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. It is outside for ball 3. And the count is full, an open base for the Buccaneers at first base, but the last thing you really want to do here is load the bases with nobody out. Here comes the payoff pitch by Blanco. A ground ball hits Blanco in the back. That probably saves 2 runs there, and a lucky play of events there as that line drive hit Blanco and saves 2 runs for an out. Blanco unfazed by that. He's ready to go. He is ready to go here. Prevost tying his shoe. And a pinch hitter here is last inning. They did make a sub at first base for Duarte. It will bring up. He's not on the lineup card, so I cannot give you a name of Mr. number 27 here, but he digs in with 1 out with 2 runners on in a 3-3 ball game. A big situation here for him. Here comes the first pitch by Blanco inside for ball 1. Suarez on deck for IMatter. 1-0 count here for Blanco on number 27 for IMatter. As here's the pitch, has fouled straight back there for strike 1. One count here. Blanco looks to work out of this jam that he has put himself into. A home run, a single, and a double for IMatter so far this inning, and a strikeout. That one in the dirt there for ball 2. The count 2-1 there. Here comes the pitch by Blanco inside for ball 3. The count 3-1 now. Number 27 for the Knights. Hitters count here. Probably going to see the best pitch he's going to get this at bat. Here comes the 3-1 offering by Blanco. A called strike 2. A low strike there, but he gets the strike call and he gets the count to 3-2. That's what you like to see by Blanco there. He's working a 3-1 good fastball. Gets a low strike there. The umpire has Been calling those low strikes all day. So he calls that one there. And the count now runs full with 1 out and 2 runners on. Privas gives the sign to Blanco. Blancos likes it. He shakes his head yes. Here comes the payoff pitch by Blanco. He swung on and missed, and he gets a strikeout. A big strikeout there by Jason Blanco. And now with 2 outs, that'll bring up Abel Suarez with 2 runners on in a 3-3 ball game. Blanco really liking that strikeout there, and he'll look to work out of this. No outs, 2 runners on, 2 strikeouts. A line drive that hit Blanco. He got the out at first himself, and a strikeout there, and he'll look to work out of this top of the 5th. Abel Suarez, the left fielder, up to hit. The catcher on deck, Kevin Inane. Here comes the pitch. It is low and away for ball 1 there. Quickly an 0-1 count. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Blanco upstairs for ball 2. Energy running high here at Rayboy Field. The count is 2-0 on Abel Suarez. Here comes the 2-0 pitch. It is cut on and sent over the head of Porvin, and 2 runs will score. A ground rule double there, and the score goes to 5-3. Oh, so close to get out of that inning, but Blanco gives up the 2-out double to Abel Suarez. And IMatter takes a 5-3 lead in the top of the 5th. Still 3 innings left for the Buccaneers to get themselves back in it. 2 runs is nothing. The Buccaneers can get themselves back into this game. The catcher now, Kevin Inane, up to hit. Blanco will look to get out of this inning and leave the score as is at 2 runs. It started with the home run to start the inning, a single, a double, of a ground ball out, a strikeout, and a 2-out ground rule double by Abel Suarez. Makes the game 5-3, and the IMatter Knights taking the lead for the first time since the first inning. Blanco back off on the mound after he stepped off. He'll get it signed from Privas with the runner on second base and 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Here comes the pitch. Off-speed pitch in the dirt there for ball 1. The top of the order on deck for IMatter, and well, I think the last thing in the world the Buccaneers want is a walk here or a base hit. Comes the 1-0 offering by Blanco. It is hit in the air towards Uveris in center field. He'll camp under this one, and he'll put an end to this inning. 3 runs scored by IMatter in the top of the 5th, and the Buccaneers will look to respond when we come back. We're back here at Rayboy Field for the bottom of the fifth. Alvarez on for his fifth inning of work. IMatter scored 3 runs in the top half of this inning with a home run and a 2-out double. Gives them a 5-3 lead, and the Buccaneers will look to respond. A 2-run ball game is pretty close. Anything can happen. 9 more outs to play here at Rayboy Field. A lot of baseball left. Here comes the first pitch by Alvarez. In there for a called strike. An 0-1 count to Prevost here. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Alvarez. That is upstairs and away for ball 1. Count even at 1-1, and we have some activity, it looks like, in the IMatter bullpen. Here comes the 1-1 pitch by Alvarez. Fouled off by Prevost there, and the count now 1-2, and Buccaneers really trying to get this leadoff man on. Anything can happen when the leadoff man gets on, and especially that this is the catcher. Prevost gets on, Butler definitely will run for him. But he has to get there first for that all to happen. 1-2 count. He'll await the pitch by Alvarez. Here it comes. And it is away for ball 2. The count even at 2-2. Prevost shaking his head. He knew that was a ball. Alvarez gets his sign from the name. The 2-2 pitch. Here it comes. Watches it there, and the count is full. The same spot that last one was, and Prevost shaking his head. The count is full. Trying to get this man on. They really want to get him on. Prevost got to do everything to protect here. Has to make sure he has a good swing. If anything's close, you got to protect. Here comes the 3-2 pitch by Alvarez. It is fouled off towards me in the press box as the count remains full, and we will do it again. What seems like to be a big spot here in the bottom of the fifth already with no outs. Here comes the payoff pitch by Alvarez. Fouled off again, and we will do it again. Good job by Prevost to protect the zone. That's exactly what you are tasked to do in a 3-2 count. The count is full. Alvarez will wait for his sign by Nenane. Has pitched a good game so far today. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. And it is, oh, what a play by Alvarez to snag that one out of the air. Takes a hit away from Prevost. It'll turn the lineup over for Uveris with 1 out. A warning is given to the pitcher here for, I guess, taunting. With 1 out, that'll bring up Jonel Uveris. Turns the lineup over for the Buccaneers. Could be the last at-bat of the game for Uveris. Had a double in the first inning. And we'll look to get on base and start something for the Buccaneers here. Here comes the 0-0 pitch by Alvarez. It is watched for strike 1 there. Uveris does not like the call. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Uveris. Cut on and missed. Late on that one for strike 2. The count quickly 0-2 here on Uveris. More activity in the IMatter bullpen. They have someone up and tossing over there. So here comes the 0-2 pitch by Alvarez, fouled off by Uveris. Uveris, a great two-strike approach. Just got a little bit of piece of that one. Kept himself alive there. And that's all you can ask for on an 0-2 count. An umpire calls something close. This guy's been calling everything all over the place all night, so I wouldn't expect a small zone here for him. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Uveris. He watches that one for ball one. A close take there. IMatter's coach not liking that one. The count at 1-2. Uveris looks to do some work here. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Alvarez. Cut on and fouled back there. A high fastball. Very hard pitch for hitters to lay off, but Uveris just gets a piece of that one. Keeps himself alive. The count's still 1-2. In a 5-3 ball game. At Rayboy Field, IMatter has the lead. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Uveris. He watches that one for ball two. He is working Alvarez this time. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Uveris, and he gets a piece of that one, grounds it to Alvarez. Alvarez throws it over to first. And a bad swing there. And there are 2 outs. As it'll bring up Yodi Martinez. Now Martinez digs in with 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th here. Two quick outs for Alvarez, and now Martinez will look to extend this inning. Ooh, was he a little early on that one there? Cuts on and missed. Trying to take that off-speed pitch for a ride. Flush that down and reset here on an 0-1 count. In a 5-3 ball game. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Alvarez. Cut on and missed for strike 2. 1-2. Martinez looks to extend this inning and bring up Edniel Diaz. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is cut on and driven deep to left field, and that'll be down for a base hit. Martinez rounds first, headed to second. He'll be in there with a 2-out double, and that could be what the Buccaneers need here, bringing up Alex Regea now to do some work, try to bring in a run for the Buccaneers. And we are going to have a pitching change here by IMatter, as they will bring out they'll head to their bullpen. That'll end Alvarez's day today. A great day for Alvarez. Gave up 3 runs in that bottom of the 1st, and just pitched well after that. We'll be right back in a minute. We're back at Rayboy Field. IMatter Charter put in their designated hitter Lima in the pitch as he'll try to clean up what Alvarez left on base. That was a two out double by Martinez. Blanco in for Martinez as the pinch runner. I'm sure Yodi Martinez will re-enter this game, and Alex Regueya looks to put the Buccaneers one run closer. Here comes the first pitch. First pitch swinging there, trying to get under that one, trying to tie this game with one swing of the bat. Regueya way back in the box here on Lima, who didn't look like he was throwing very hard in the bullpen. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Lima. Swung on and missed for strike two. He has Regueya right where he wants him on an 0-2 count. Lima could get out of this and give Alvarez and help Alvarez out with not letting him give up another run. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Lima to Regueya. It is fouled off, and we will do it again, 0-2. The count remains what it is. It is 0-2. With two outs, a runner on second base, the tying run at the plate. The Buccaneers want to try to at least score Butler here in the bottom of the fifth, get him one run closer. They still have 7 outs to play with here. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Lima to Regueya with 2 outs and a runner on second. It is up for ball one, and the count now 1-2. Outfield for the Knights playing no doubles depth here. Not trying to let everything drop in front of them. Nothing to get over their heads here. Infield playing back on Regueya. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Lima. And he steps off. We'll do it one more time. Regueya stays in the box. Does not leave the box. Butler at second. Regueya at the plate. Lima on the mound. The new pitcher for the Knights. Time is called by Regueya. A little bit of a mix-up by the catcher and the head coach. As now, Nain will give a sign to Lima here. Regueya will await his 1-2 pitch. Butler stands tall at second base. The Buccaneers are down by 2 runs. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is swung on and hit toward Suarez and left. It is put away for the 3rd out of this inning. And Blanco will come back on and try to throw up another 0. No, Blanco not coming on the pitch. His day is over. We'll be right back with a new pitcher for the Buccaneers after this. We are back at Rayboy Field in the top of the sixth. Yodi Martinez on the mound for the Buccaneers now. Adniel Diaz at third base. The two defensive adjustments for the Buccaneers. Yodi will look to do some damage control, get the Buccaneers to the bottom of the sixth cleanly, trying to toss up a zero here, and he'll have to deal with the top of the order for IMatter. Jaden Castillo, the right fielder, leads off this inning. So he'll await the first pitch for Martinez, and he'll show bunt there, and that one is in there for a called strike. Martinez is only his second appearance of the year, so has a tall task ahead of him. He'll deal with the top of the lineup. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. It is jammed off the end of the bat. Porvin in, and he gets there, and it will retire the first man for out number one. That one was hit off the end of the bat at Castillo. Porvin had to run a little bit of a ways to get there, but he puts him away. And now another pinch hitter for the IMatter Knights, as it'll be number 20, Vargas, for them. As now Vargas will have to deal with Martinez, as there's a ground ball to Reggae at second base, and two quick outs there for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the sixth. And Alexi Fuentes, who hit the home run last time he was up, now up to hit, and with two outs here, I wouldn't be surprised if Yodi goes right at him. Martinez stared him down when he was rounding the bases. Here comes the pitch from Martinez. Swing and a miss there at a curveball in the dirt. Got way early on that one. That one hit the plate. Trying to hit his second home run of the game. I don't know if that's the approach you want to take here. Up 5-3, but with two outs, I guess so. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Martinez. He'll get his sign from Prevost. Here comes the pitch. Off-speed pitch in the dirt there for ball one. The count now 1-1 to Fuentes. So here comes the 1-1 pitch. Off-speed pitch in the dirt there for ball two. Three curveballs by Martinez to start Fuentes. He's got to be sitting on a fastball here. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and he swings through that high fastball there for strike two. Martinez looking to retire the side. 3 up, 3 down. He has 2-2 count on Fuentes. Got a fly out and a ground out to start the inning. 2 outs here in the top of the sixth. Martinez gets his sign from Prevost. Here it comes. 2-2 count. It is a ground ball and a base hit by Fuentes. A 2-out knock by Alexi Fuentes, who's having himself a good day today, and it'll bring up Danny Valdez with 2 outs here. And sure, nothing really big. Martinez gonna have to flush that and just work quickly here. Martinez checks the runner at first base. Valdez up to hit. Here comes the first pitch to Valdez. There's a ground ball towards Diaz at third base. He picks it up, throws it over to first, and the inning is over. Good work by Martinez there in the top of the sixth, and the Buccaneers will look to strike back when we come back. We return the Rayboy field in the bottom of the 6th. 6 outs to play with for the Buccaneers, down by 2 runs. The heart of the order due up for them. Diaz, Gatto, Porvin, the 3 men. That'll be coming up to hit for the Buccaneers. They will be facing, give me 1 second, Lima on the mound for Matter Charter, excuse me. Lima will get his sign from the catcher, and he'll deal. First pitch in there for a called strike. Diaz wanted to call time there, but it was not granted to him by the umpire. The count quickly 0-1, and he'll have to work here against Lima, who came in, gave up a double, and then got out of the inning. And that one is up at the head of Diaz there for ball 1. The count 0-1. I mean 1-1 here. Here comes the 1-1 pitch to Diaz. He'll watch that one for ball 2. The count 2-1 now. Diaz tries to get on base here. He really wants to get on base. Start something here for the Buccaneers against Lima. Here comes the 2-1 pitch, and he sends a drive into that one. That one could be over the head of De La Vega in center field, and that'll be a lead-off double for Adniel Diaz. A dead center shot there, hit the fence, and the Buccaneers going to try to start a little rally here. The leadoff man up at second base with Yuxnel Gatto coming up to hit. High energy here at Rayboy Field. A leadoff double by Adniel Diaz. Caden Addison in to pinch run for him. Time is called in the box by Yuxnel Gatto. He acts as the tying run here. This is a big spot for the Buccaneers. The leadoff man getting on in scoring position already. Buccaneers down by 2. Here comes the first pitch by Lima. It is popped up. 27 for IMatter, ranges over towards foul territory, and he cannot track that one down. Loses it in the lights, and Gatto given a second chance. What should have been the first out of this inning will not be. And Gatto in an 0-1 count here. Caden Addison on second base. The Buccaneers are down by 2. Gatto is the tying run. The Buccaneers really need to try to get Gatto on base here. High energy situation. Porvin on deck for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Lima. Spins an off-speed pitch, and it misses away there for ball 1. The count 1-1. The count is 1-1. No outs in the bottom of the 6th. There's a runner on second base. Lima gets a sign. Here comes the 1-1 pitch up at the head of Gatto, and it misses there, and the count 2-1. The Buccaneers pulling themselves, trying to rally, get themselves back in it. Big spot in this game. Gatto trying to do a job. Lima is going to get his sign from Nene. Addison at second base. Here comes the pitch. That one's fouled off. The count 2-2 now. Swings at a curveball that probably would have been in the dirt for a ball there, but nonetheless, the count runs 2-2. Gatto in a 2-2 count here against Lima. Lima looking to get his first out of the inning. Gatto looking to get on base and help this rally get started for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Lima. It is up at the head of Gatto for ball 3. The count is full. This is a spot the Buccaneers love to be in right now. Lima gets a sign from the name. Here comes the payoff pitch. It is not in there for ball 4, and the Buccaneers have the tying run on base. Mason Porvin coming up to hit now. Big spot for the Buccaneers. Big spot right now for Mason Porvin. I would expect the Buccaneers down by 2 runs to try to put a sacrifice bunt down, move these 2 runners over. No outs here in the bottom of the 6th. 6 outs left to play with for the Buccaneers. This is huge. Lima's going to get his sign from the name. I'm confident, matter of fact, that Mason squares up to bunt on this first pitch at least. Omar Baldo tells Mason to step out of the plate. Might be changing up this sign. I would expect the bunt here, but you never know in this type of situation. The worst thing you can do is hit a ground ball towards the middle infield right now. But your job right now, if you're Mason, is to move these runners over. He gets up in the box. He squares up first pitch, hits a great bunt. That'll move both runners over. Throw over to first is not in time. A bunt single by Mason Porvin, and the bases are loaded. Huge scenario right now for the Buccaneers, and here comes Yadiel Molina pinch hitting for Douglas Horta. And the IMatter coach is going to come have a conversation with the first base umpire here, but a great bunt by Mason Porvin to load the bases, the tying run at second base for the Buccaneers. This is the break they needed. We'll be right back after this conversation with the IMatter coach and the first base umpire. The freshman pinch hitting for Douglas Horta. This spot is huge. The tying run on second base. The go-ahead run on first base. The Buccaneers looking to tie this ball game up at 5-5. What a great baseball game we are watching. Gio Vera on deck. Lima gets his sign, throws, and first pitch hacking there is Molina. In a huge spot for the freshman. Sitting out this game, getting a rest day, and he's called upon to do a job here for the Buccaneers. No outs in the bottom of the 6th. Tying run at second base. Go-ahead run at first base. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Swung on and missed there for strike 2. Gio Vera on deck for the Buccaneers. Isaac Prevost in the hole. And Molina switching his bat here. No outs in the bottom of the 6th. Really need to do a job here. Yadiel Molina really trying to do a job for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Cut on and missed for strike 3. 3 straight swings and misses by Molina. And here comes Gio Vera in a huge spot. Gio Vera now digs in. This is a big spot for the right fielder, normally playing the catcher. The senior for South Dade has played all 4 years here at South Dade. Great hitter. He'll look to tie this ball game up, possibly even help the Buccaneers take the lead here. He squares up before the pitch is even thrown. Here it comes. He watches that one in there for ball one. Lima threw a ball there. Vera squared up on that first pitch. Let's see if he does it again here. And then 1-0 count. He squares up again, and that one is in the dirt there for ball two. And now you're right where you want to be if you're Gio Vera. In a 2-0 count. Tying run on second base. Go ahead and run on first base. Buccaneers loaded the bases on a double, a walk, and a bunt. Here comes the 2-0 pitch in the dirt there for ball three. Prevost on deck for the Buccaneers, and 3 pitches, 3 balls. And I wouldn't be surprised if Gio squares up again on this 4th pitch. This is a big spot right now for Gio Vera. He has to be beat 3 times to strike him out. And that is a very hard task to do. He squares up again, and that is ball 4, and the Buccaneers draw 1 run closer, folks. 5-4, and here comes Isaac Prevost. Go ahead, run on second base with 1 out. Isaac Prevost now digging in with 1 out. Go ahead, run on second base. Big spot. The lineup will turn over after him, assuming no double play here. He squares up bunt on the first pitch, pulls back, and that one is a called strike. Threw 4 straight balls to Gio Vera, and we'll start this count with the strike. Prevost, the freshman catcher, played for Team USA, played for a Team USA team. And he'll await the 0-1 pitch. He squares bunt again and puts a suicide squeeze down. The Buccaneers have tied the baseball game at 5-5. A great bunt by Isaac Prevost, a great suicide squeeze there. And the Buccaneers have tied this game up. The go-ahead run at third base now with John Uveris up to hit. Uveris now digging in. The go-ahead run at third base. Mason Porvin at third base. Gio at second. We're tied 5-5 in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch to Uveris is up and away for ball 1. This is a humongous spot. The Buccaneers really want to take the lead here and head into the top of the 7th with the lead. Try to put this game away. 1-0 count. The first pitch was a ball. Here comes the second pitch. Now one is up for ball 2. Here comes the 2-0 offering by Lame. Swung on and missed by Uveris. Lima threw a great pitch there. Swung, cut on and missed by Uveris. There's the count turns to 2-1 with 2 outs. Time is called by Jonell. His elbow guard falls off. Uveris throws the elbow guard off, throws it towards the Buccaneers dugout. The count is 2-1 on Uveris here. Here comes the 2-1 pitch. In there for strike 2. A good off-speed pitch there. The count evens itself up at 2-2. This game is tied. The Buccaneers don't score here. It'll take a walk-off for them to win this game. Exactly the spot you want to be in here if you're Jonell. 2 ducks on the pond. Here comes the 2-2 pitch outside for ball 3. The count evens. The count is 3-2. It is loaded now. The count is 3-2. Lima will get his sign and will deliver the payoff pitch. Here it comes. Outside for ball 4. The bases are loaded for Martinez. And now Yodi Martinez in a big spot here. The bases are loaded for him. The go-ahead run stays at third. And now Martinez digs into the box in a ball game that is tied up 5-5. Go ahead run at third base. That'll be Porvin. Gio at second, Uveris at first. Here comes the first pitch. An all-speed pitch is a called strike. That one was at Martinez's head. He does not like that one. But he'll have to turn the page and look towards his 0-1 pitch. Martinez now gonna await his 0-1 pitch. It is cut on and hit foul. Gets on top of that one. The count 0-2. The count 0-2 to Martinez. Lima gets his sign from his catcher. Here comes the 0-2 pitch to Martinez. It is fouled off. Let's do it one more time on an 0-2 count. Game is tied at 5-5. Buccaneers put 2 runs up in this inning so far. There are 2 outs. The bases are loaded. The captain, Yodi Martinez, is in the box. He has an 0-2 count. Here comes the pitch. Inside for ball 1. The count now 1-2 to Martinez. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is cut on and missed for strike 3. And we are tied 5-5 at the end of this inning. And we will head to the 7th, all tied up when we come back. We're back here at Rayboy Field for the top of the 7th, and we are tied up all 5-5 here after the Buccaneers put up 2 runs against the IMatter in that last inning. Good work by the Buccaneers in the bottom of the 6th there. Abel Suarez now digs into the box as he will. Excuse me, that is not who I thought it was. The pitcher, Lima, now digs into the box as he will look to help his team out, get on base here. Martinez struck out to Lima, and now they swap as now Martinez on the mound, showing bunt on the first pitch. And that one inside to Lima for ball 1, and Martinez can't be rattled after that at bat that he had in the last inning here. He has to come out here and deal. After the 0-1 pitch, that one is in there for a called strike. Pipe that one right down the middle. I don't even think Lima might have even saw that one. He showed bunt and pull back. He's like a statue back there. Here comes a 1-1 pitch to Lima. Inside for ball 2, and now the count runs 2-1 in the top of the 7th. No outs. First batter of the inning. The Buccaneers looking to toss up a 0 and win this one, as that one is a fly ball hit towards Uveris in center. Uveris camps under it, and there is one away. Gio Vera behind the plate this inning. Connor Rodriguez in right field. Rios at third base for the Buccaneers. Those are the 3 defensive adjustments, as there's 1 out in the top of the 7th, and the Buccaneers look to continue to work. Martinez looking to continue to pitch well here. He retires the first one, and that'll bring up Robert Jimenez. So here comes the first pitch to Jimenez. Cut on and missed. Check swing there. Just couldn't hold up. It was an off-speed pitch in the dirt. Here comes the 0-1 pitch to Jimenez from Martinez at the head and ducking down to Jimenez for ball one. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, off-speed pitch in there for strike two. Good pitching there by Martinez, a good off-speed pitch. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Martinez to Jimenez. And outside there for ball two, the count evens itself up at 2-2. The count 2-2. Activity in the bullpen as Fuentes up and warming up for IMatter. That one in the dirt there for ball three. The count is full at 3-2 now. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Called strike three. At a high called strike three there, but nothing to complain about for Martinez as he'll take that one all day. And there are 2 outs in the top of the seventh. IMatter's fans not liking that one. Nothing they can really do about it. As anyway, it is 2 outs in the top of the seventh. Martinez, 2 quick outs in the top of the seventh, and it'll bring up number 27 for IMatter. The unnamed number 27. 2 outs here, looking to get out of this top of the seventh. Here comes the first pitch in there for a called strike. 1 step closer to getting the boys back into the dugout and hitting again. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Martinez. Sidearm delivery there, fouled off for strike two. The count 0-2 now. 1 strike away from getting the boys back into the dugout. Oh-2 count on number 27 for IMatter. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Martinez. Sidearm delivery in the dirt there. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Martinez. He'll get his sign from Vera behind the plate. Here it comes. It is hit to Rodriguez, and right, he puts it away, and the Buccaneers will have a chance to walk this game off when we come back here at Rayboy Field. We're back at Rayboy Field for the bottom of the 7th. The Buccaneers 1 run away from putting this game down. Walk-off scenario here for the Buccaneers. Rios on deck for the Buccaneers. Regea up to hit right now. Big spot to get this leadoff man on for the Buccaneers. Lima still out there to pitch for IMatter. Here comes the first pitch to Regea. It is up for ball 1. All tied up at 5-5. Good work last inning by Martinez to retire the side. That one is in there for a called strike. Could have been on the outside part of the plate, but either way, not liked by Alex Regea, the lefty. Still look to work here with an 0-1 count. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. It is fouled off for strike 2. The count now 1-2. Here comes the 1-2 pitch by Lima. He'll get his sign from the catcher. Here it comes. It is up for ball 2. The count even at 2-2 now. This is a huge spot to get this leadoff man on for the Buccaneers. They really want to get him on. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Lima to Regea. And he fouls that one off. Good work by Regea there to protect the zone. Keeps the Buccaneers right where they want them, right in this ball game. Try to get on here, win this game with the walk-off. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Lima. And there is a fly ball hit towards De La Vega in center. He'll camp under that one, and he'll put it away for out number 1 in the bottom of the 2nd. And here comes Joshua Rios. Joshua Rios pinch hitting for Adniel Diaz. He entered the game at third base, and he'll swing at the first one. He'll get jammed on that one, and he'll head towards the dumpsters here. There's 1 out in the bottom of the 7th. Regea flew out to center. Rios trying to do something here. 0-1 count. It is in there for strike 2. Lima filling up the zone right now. The count quickly 0-2 on Rios. Good utility man for the Buccaneers, the senior. 0-2 count. He'll watch that one on the outside part of the plate for ball 1. Just misses. Rios trying to get this party started. Here comes the pitch. He'll foul that one off. Good piece of hitting there by Rios to fight off that pitch. Keep himself alive. The count is 1-2 on him. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Rios. Up for ball 2. Even at 2-2 now. Two-two count. Lima's going to get his sign from the name behind the plate. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Rios. All-speed pitch by Rios' head. The count is full at 3-2. Move. Pass the baton down to Yuxnel Gato, who can potentially end this game if Rios can get on. Here comes the payoff pitch. There's a ground ball towards the shortstop. He picks it up, throws it over to first base, and there are 2 retired in the bottom of the 7th, and it'll bring up Yuxnel Gato. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Tied in a 5-5 ball game here. Lima still on the mound for IMatter. 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes the first pitch to Gato. That one is in the dirt for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch to Gato. He fouls that one off. And the count even itself up at 1-1. Here comes the 1-1 pitch upstairs for ball 2. 2-1 count now on Yuxnell. Here comes the 2-1 pitch to Yuxnell from Lima. He gets it, so he steps off now. And we will wait for it one more time. He will re-get his sign from the catcher. Here comes the 2-2 offering from Lima. And there is a fly ball towards right field, tracking towards the line and going foul. The count 2-2 on Gato now, as he'll await the pitch from Lima. Here it comes, and he will send that one deep into right field. Camping under it and caught at the wall is Castillo, and we will head to the 8th inning. Free baseball here at Rayboy Field when we come back. We're back at Rayboy Field for the 8th inning. 8-9-1 due up for IMatter, and Martinez coming back out for his 3rd inning of work. He'll look to toss up another 0 and get the Buccaneers back into the dugout so they can try to walk this game off once again. But first, they have to get these 3 outs here. Abel Suarez, the left fielder, hitting for IMatter. On deck is the catcher. And in the hole, Jaden Castillo. Here comes the first pitch. That one is a called strike. Quickly 0-1 here, and Martinez will look to continue to work. Here comes the 0-1 pitch by Martinez. There's a fastball and fouled off, and now the count is quickly 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Martinez to Suarez in the dirt there for ball one. Gio blocks that one up. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Suarez. And there's a ground ball towards Horta at first base. He picks it up, steps on the bag, and there is one away in the top of the eighth. And here comes Kevin Nenane for IMatter with one out quickly in the top of the eighth. Good work by Martinez on Suarez there, and he'll turn to Kevin Nenane, trying to get the second out of this top of the eighth. Here comes the first pitch by Martinez. That one is in there for a called strike. Looked like the name was taken all the way. Martinez just blew a fastball right by him for strike one. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. And in there for a called strike. The count quickly 0-2. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Outside for ball one. That one was too close for comfort. It looked like the umpire was going to call that, but he has not called that pitch all day today. Here comes the 1-2 pitch, fouled off. The count is still 1-2. The count 1-2 on Nenane. Martinez looking to get the second out of the inning. Here comes the 1-2 pitch. It is cut on and missed for strike three, a drop strike three. Gio picks it up, goes over to first. There are two outs in the top of the eighth. Top of the lineup now up for IMatter as Jaden Castillo digs into the box. Two quick outs for Martinez as he is dealing right now. Top of the lineup up. Here comes the 0-0 pitch. And a great off-speed pitch there. Gets the first called strike. So here comes the 0-1 pitch as there is a fly ball hit towards center field. Uveris camps under it, and we will head to the bottom of the eighth. Buccaneers will try to walk this game off once again when we come back. We are back at Rayboy Field for the bottom of the 8th. Porvin Vera Prevost due up. Porvin Horta Vera due up in this bottom of the 8th as the Buccaneers need one run to put this game away. Mason, the leadoff man. Horta on deck. Vera in the hole as the Buccaneers need one run to end this baseball game. Here comes the 0-0 pitch by Lima in the dirt there for ball 1. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Porvin hits a ground ball towards the shortstop, and it gets through. A base hit by Mason Porvin, the leadoff man on for the Buccaneers in the bottom of the 8th. Big man Douglas Horta coming up to hit. Now Douglas Horta digs in, a runner on first base, the winning run at first base for the Buccaneers. Douglas Horta digs in against Lima. Mason Porvin hit a single to get on first. Small lead over there at first base for Mason, opening it up a little bit more. Here comes the first pitch to Horta. It is in there for a called strike. Porvin over at first base. The count is 0-1 on Douglas Horta. He would love to end this game with one swing of the bat. He shows bunt here instead. Porvin at first base. He'll take off for second. Here it comes. The throw down the second base is not in time. And he takes off for third as the ball got into the outfield, and Mason gets to third base. The winning run at third base for the Buccaneers. This is getting intense, folks, as Mason Porvin steals second. A fielding error by the second baseman. He gets to third base. The winning run is at third with nobody out in the bottom of the 8th. Infield draws in for IMatter. Douglas Horta could end this baseball game with a fly ball to the outfield. As time is called by the IMatter coach, and it looks like they want to do a 5-man infield. That might be what they'd be trying to do here. It looks like they are going to bring the center fielder in. Miscommunication right now by the IMatter Knights. I don't know what's going on. As time is now called by the IMatter coach again, they will bring the center fielder. The center fielder is De La Vega. He is going to play at second base. Castillo will play in center field, and Suarez will remain where he is. Douglas Horta has a 1-1 count in a 5-5 ball game. The winning run stands on third base. Could not get any bigger than this at Rayboy Field. The count is 1-1 to Horta. Lima on the mound. The 5-man infield for IMatter. Castillo playing both right and center. And that one is caught by the second baseman. Saves the game, and a great read by Mason Porvin. As now here comes Gio Vera to try to end this game. As now Vera is going to step up with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th. The winning run at third base. Prevost on deck. Connor Rodriguez on deck for the Buccaneers. Time is called in the box. And Coach Baldo wants to talk to his catcher. 1 out. A great play by the second baseman, Valdez. He saves the game. Gives IMatter some life here. Gives Lima some life. Gio Vera is the one man you want to be hitting right now. The senior catcher in the 8-hole spot. Here comes the first pitch. He squares up to bunt it. It's a fly ball, and the Buccaneers are doubled off. Let's head to the 9th. IMatter had that read out perfect. And we will head to the 9th inning at Rayboy Field after the double play when we come back. We are back at Rayboy Field for the top of the 9th. Martinez on for his 4th inning of work here. He'll deal with number 20 for IMatter. On deck is Fuentes, the man that hit the home run earlier tonight. And Martinez will look to have another 1-2-3 inning and get the boys back into the dugout to try to do what they looked like they were going to do last inning. But nonetheless, we are here in the 9th. Let's go. First pitch, bunt shown inside for ball 1. Here comes the pitch inside for ball 2. Showing bunt is the hitter for IMatter, number 20. I think he pulls back. I think that's just to get in the head of Martinez, as it has looked like it has on those first 2 pitches, as the count is 2-0 here. He's probably going to show again, yeah, and he shows bunt again as Martinez, a high strike there, called. I think any other umpire, that is ball 3, but you'll take that strike call there as Martinez working quick here. Is that one inside for ball 3? The count 3-1, and don't want to put the leadoff man on could all fall apart here for the Buccaneers if that does happen. You do not want that. Here comes the 3-1 pitch. It is in there for strike 2. A little jumpy in the plate as the hitter, as he really wants the walk there, and Martinez is going to work quick. Here comes the payoff pitch by Yodi Martinez. It is a ground ball and will get through for a base hit. And IMatter has the leadoff man on in the top of the 9th with Alexi Fuentes, the man that hit the home run earlier, up to bat. This will be an interesting series of events for Martinez right now, as he will now have to work out of the leadoff single by number 20 of IMatter. Here comes the 0-0 pitch to Fuentes, away for ball 1. And Martinez now looks a little shaky. Here, tied 5-5 in the top of the 9th. The leadoff man for IMatter got on first base with the single. That one is up for ball 2, and Martinez quickly 2-0 now on Fuentes. You do not want to put Fuentes on base with nobody out here. Do not want to have 2 men on with nobody out. That could be a killer for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 2-0. Taking off for second and bobbled by Gio. Runner in scoring position, and the count 3-0 on Fuentes. This is a spot right now for Martinez. Not in a good spot. It seems like all the momentum has shifted back into IMatter's favor. Here comes the 3-0 pitch. Away for ball 4. And there's 2 runners on with nobody out in the top of the 9th. And now the second baseman, Danny Valdez, who made arguably the game-saving catch. If he does not catch that line drive, we are off this broadcast already and going home. But he did make that catch. We will continue to play in the top of the 9th. Nobody out. Gio Vera will call the infield for a meeting. It'll be interesting to see what the Buccaneers do here. Martinez now having the work out of the nobody out, 2 runners on jam that he has put himself into. Valdez up to hit, the number 4 hitter for IMatter, and a pickoff attempt over to second base by Martinez. And Vera will give a sign out. Go ahead run for IMatter at second base. No outs in the top of the 9th. This will be a great deal of work if Martinez can work out of it. And a pickoff attempt back to second base. That'll get into the outfield. Uveris will body it up, and everyone will stay put where they are. Here comes the 0-0 pitch to Valdez, a runner on second base, and another pickoff attempt for the Buccaneers. And number 20 gets back there safe. Still has not thrown a pitch to Valdez. 3 pickoff attempts by Martinez there. Here comes the pitch, and it is up for ball 1. And now you see what IMatter is trying to do here. showing bunt there. I would assume they would bunt over, try to sacrifice, just try to get those runners in the scoring position. I think the Buccaneers will really want to take the out if the bunt is down and it's well. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Martinez. No bunt shown there, and there is a swing and a drive deep back, gone. And IMatter takes a 3-run lead, a 3-run home run by Danny Valdez there. And IMatter has taken the lead in the top of the 9th with a 3-run home run. An 8-5 ball game now. Nobody out. And a tough spot for South Dade now, as the game has kind of fallen through their hands after last inning. Can't score 8-5 now, and Buccaneers down by 3 runs. And just not what you like to see here for the South Dade Buccaneers, as Martinez will have to turn the page and try to get the Buccaneers back in the dugout. Try to get them to tie this game back up. Here comes the pitch. Here comes the pitch by Martinez, and it is fouled off there. Martinez has 2 strikes on Lima, the pitcher for IMatter. That one is up for a ball there, and Lima will be tasked after this inning to come back on and defend the lead for IMatter and end this game. Here comes the pitch by Martinez, and in the dirt there for another ball. Here comes the 2-2 pitch by Martinez. It is in there for called strike 3, and there is 1 down in the top of the 9th for the Buccaneers. As due up for the Buccaneers in the bottom half of this inning is Connor Rodriguez, Jano Uveris, and Yodi Martinez. 9-1-2 due up for the Buccaneers, as there is a line drive caught by Rios at third base. A great play. Great diving catch by Rios to keep a double. To keep a 1-out single probably from getting on base there, and there are 2 put away. Great defense by Joshua Rios at third base. Two outs in the top of the 9th. Martinez now will look to retire the side here and get back into the dugout, as that one was away for ball 1. Here comes the 1-0 pitch by Martinez, in there for called strike. Here comes the 1-1 pitch, in there for another called strike. 0-2 count on number 27 for IMatter. Here comes the 0-2 pitch by Martinez, is in there for a called strike 3. 3-run home run by Valdez in the top half of this inning. The Buccaneers look to respond with 3 of their own when we come back. We are back at Rayboy Field for the bottom of the ninth. 3 runs, or the game is over for the Buccaneers with 3 outs to play with here. Connor Rodriguez will lead off for the Buccaneers in this inning. John Uveris on deck, and Yodi Martinez in the hole. Rodriguez watches that one for strike 1 there. Lima still on the mound for IMatter. Buccaneers really need base runners here. Here comes the pitch. That one is in there for called strike 2. Quickly 0-2 here on Rodriguez. Here comes the 0-2 pitch up at the head of Rodriguez for ball 1 there. Here comes the 1-2 pitch fouled off by Rodriguez. Buccaneers could really use the leadoff man on here, down by 3. Lima looking to put away Rodriguez, get the first out of this bottom of the ninth. Here comes the pitch in the dirt for ball 2 there. Good take by Rodriguez. The count 2-2, even up. Connor in a big spot here, looking to get on base. Try and start something for the Buccaneers. Here comes the pitch up for ball 3. The count is full. He has worked. Rodriguez has worked an 0-2 count all the way back to 3-2 here. Has to protect on anything close. Here comes the payoff pitch by Lima. Fouled off by Rodriguez. Stays alive, and we will do it again. And let's do it one more time. The payoff pitch coming by Lima to Rodriguez. Here it comes. Swung on and missed for out number 1 in the bottom of the ninth, and that'll turn the lineup over to the top. And the coach for IMatter will come out to talk to his pitcher, maybe even take him out of this game. And that is exactly what's going to happen. A new pitcher going to come in. That is going to be Alexi Fuentes going to enter this game for Lima. Good work by Lima. He'll come out after pitching 4 innings. Fuentes is going to have a 3-run cushion here. And we'll be right back at Rayboy Field. Top of the lineup up for the Buccaneers. We are back at Rayboy Field. Alexi Fuentes on the mound for IMatter. Lima at third base. Here comes the first pitch by Fuentes. It is away for ball one. Martinez on deck. 2 outs left to play with for the Buccaneers. Here comes the 1-0 pitch. It is in there for a called strike, and the count is even at 1-1. Buccaneers down by 3. Down to their last 2 outs. Comes the 1-1 pitch, swung on and missed for strike 2 by Uveris. The count now 1-2. Hope seeming to dwindle here. Here comes the 1-2 pitch up for ball 2. Buccaneers in need of a spark to start something in this bottom of the 9th. Here comes the 2-2 offering by Fuentes. And that one is swung on and hit towards Suarez and left. Camps under it, and there are 2 away in the bottom of the 9th with Martinez last gas for the Buccaneers. Buccaneers down to their last out in the bottom of the 9th, down by 3. Fuentes on the mound. Here comes the pitch. It is low for ball 1. Here comes the pitch in the dirt for ball 2 there. The count is 2-0 now to Martinez. Here comes the 2-0 pitch to Martinez, and that one is a strike. Here comes the pitch to Martinez, and that one is hit up in the air. Castillo tracking it towards it, and that'll end the ball game. Castillo gets it in foul territory, and the IMatter Knights win this game 8-5 after a 3-run home run by Valdez in the top of the 9th. A back-and-forth baseball game ends as the Buccaneers will turn the page and look to tomorrow towards Key West. We thank you for joining us. Have a good night. Thank you.